Hey, Adrian.
No creo que se escuche.
Would you sign into the stream, please?
Se escuchan los dos.
What's that? Okay. Sorry about that. I forgot my mic was still on. There we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome once again. I am the Epic Party Guy, and this is Dyson Sphere Program. I am. It's been a few weeks. It's been a while since I've last played, so I have no idea where I was at the time, and I didn't like that one anyway. So let's test out this seed that I've heard good things about, and just because I do infinite almost all the time. Let's see. I mean, I like how far away the neutron star is in this one. There we go. I don't know why it gives these like the sticks in the ball and stick model here, but maybe just to show relative distance. Anyway, so we've got the neutron star out here, and there's the black hole. Hard to see. All right, those are a good distance away. So those would have. I mean, I guess it. Wow, I guess it doesn't matter on infinite, but oh well, we'll see. So this is what I'm gonna go with. Triforce Cutie Mark says, a simple question, just so difficult to answer. Yeah, in general. So letting the usual intro intro, just showing off the the graphics. The radio signals being blasted off of that star, overcoming the whole you can't hear anything in space. It's okay, I won't tell anyone either. Okay, well I see why this seed was recommended. With, yeah, it looks like I'm gonna be around a gas giant there. That's good. And yes, the music here is by White Bat Audio. Because they are just awesome. I forget if you can see from this far out how far the you know what kind of a gas giant it is, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it almost looks like it's gonna just say nope. But all right. Ooh, I think the cloud graphics got an upgrade since I was last here. All right. Stone. Iron, copper, coal. What's going on? Nope. See, I have to look over on my other monitor for tutorials to kick those off because what is it? Yeah. Not that many just yet. But yeah, I'm not doing a speed run here. I need to get back into the swing of things. Okay, where's... Right, can't fly just yet. Get some fuel on the way. Little city seems to have fuel. Wait a minute. What's the thing that needs trees? There's something that needs trees. It's so weird. It's an upgrade. Right, there we go. Okay. Okay. Right, so my crafting is outpacing that. That's good. That's interesting. So what's first? Fairly sure it's this. What does this need? 60 graphite. Energy core limit, yeah. Right, there's something. Okay. Yeah, so I need to get this next. Oh, right. So this comes with... Go away. Alright. Yeah, but I don't have any belts to bring it over. Honestly, okay. I'm gonna try to... Oh, I'm 60 already? How? Okay, whatever. I don't care. Not arguing. Okay. Way more of those. So once I get smelters, that'll help with this. And definitely needing that next. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, thank you. But yeah, just a simple start. Right. I also forgot about the resources in that thing, but that's fine. Okay, go away. Thank you. Instead, I am going to move this over to here. Move and shop. One second, everyone. And I'm back. Alright, let me... How much copper do I have? I have enough copper for a bunch of this. That's fine. So, 1, 2, 3 for... Forget it, 5. Yeah, 3. That'll be fine. course I'll need to... Why? That is not the first time that's happened. Whatever. Can now build... I don't know. Oh, matrix lab. Alright. Okay. I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Okay, let's get 1, 2... Yeah, I don't want to build matrix labs. Go away. Okay. Why? I don't get it. It's annoying, but okay. Okay. Now wait a minute. If I also want to make magnetic coils, takes this and that. If I want this, take that and this. There to space it. Oh, for crying out loud. No. Give me one so I can space it. Alright. Hey, what up, party guy, says Vivacious Cage. Glad to be back, that's what's up. Oh, I did it wrong. Oh well. Been a while since you streamed. Yeah, a couple weeks, I think. I don't know anymore. Yeah, life got in the way. That is the long and short of it. It tends to do that now and then. Oh, that's a mistake. That's a shame. You restarted? Yeah. Yeah. The seed I had before was rather poor, especially when it came to silicon, and I just didn't like it anyway. Plus, because it's been so long, I didn't really remember where I was. I couldn't find my my to-do list, and actually I saw that Steam had now now made it that you could words have a to-do list a to-do list overlay. But I'm not doing this through Steam, so let's get a stack of those coming up. That's the thing I need. Extra stuff stored over here. Let's see, I need those later. That's for later. That's kind of for later. It's for later. A little bit more. And there we go. Oh, that's so nice to see. Yeah. Oh, watching anime at the moment, huh? What goes well with Cyberpunk Dyson Sphere? What am I gonna need? What am I gonna need? All right. Sweet. Have one. That would be a good reason why it's not working. Okay, so what's... this is going to be glass. I mean, I forget which I need more of. I don't think it matters. Wow, I am just not. Alright. Here's the thing, for this one, this is doing what? 9? Yeah. Oh, right, this doesn't, I can't make silicon from these just yet. I thought I told it to make some more. Okay. Why is that one too close? But I don't get it. Whatever. Yeah, so I'm just not, so I'm not stuffed with it. Produce new research. Ah, freaking fracking. Now I know this is not the best, but And now we have automated research. Das ist gut. Alright. So that is a rather poor initial setup. It'll do. Really? It's that? Okay. Oh, yeah, right. I'm gonna do 9. I mean, this can do 5. This is, let's fill it to the brim. Actually, it's not. One bin should do it. Okay. And that's why you don't want to just leave it. nice if I, got things actually upgrading. So let's see. First of all, that's nice. That's a nice to have. And none of these. So we don't need the plant matter anymore. That's for later. I think this is all for later too. I don't remember for what, but oh, right, crystals, organic crystals. Okay. Oh, that'd be nice. Okay, so what is next? Okay, so that's good. Now I can actually see things better. And look, crude oil, coal. Good. I like this up here for for more immediate expansion. Oh, these are still up here, aren't they? So let's get a Sorry. Let's get a secondary base going here. And honestly, this one's nice to have. I don't really need it. Okay. Oh, someone else is going to be joining soon. Excellent. How nice of them. So I want to just make each of these things. I'm gonna need gonna have stone coming in from outside. Outside, meaning from the other. Alright, so I'll have... Oh, shit. Okay, I'll have two things... Two. Doesn't need to be fancy, just need to have a minimum of 6 each. One, two, three. Alright, so we have a belt of iron and a belt of copper. There's 6. Yeah, come on. Okay, when in doubt, decrease power production. Hello, Darla Rosa. Welcome to the stream. Yes, must build, must grow. Yes, the factory must grow. To coin an absolutely not new. Phrase. Yeah, it would help if I actually finished what I was saying, right? I think so. Surprise, surprise, not always made it. Well, someone got a thesaurus. Got a right a thesaurus for Christmas. That's what I meant to do. Nope. There we go. Now, okay, so that looks to be exactly correct. Yes, I want maximum. All of the belts! Yes. Okay, so we have here, do. Alright, so what do I have being fed here? We have Let me buy. Thank you. Ah. Leave it to me for the weird ass belt weaving. It needs 2 every one, so there. already have conveyor belts being made. That's good. Question is, which order should things be in? Because I want all of these, not this one, not this one. Well, I can do this one. Okay. I guess I can do that one as well. Okay, so not this one. I don't need that. I'm gonna have the five. The first thing is, of course, make an assembling machine, making assembling machines. Just ignore how this looks for the moment. I'm just seeing what is needed. Now, actually, you know what? I don't need to. Here. Because that's the cool thing. You just make a generalized solution. And you have it solve everything. This one's gonna make this. This one's gonna make these. Yeah, I have that. Oh, I was like, why are things being made yet? Well, because they're not gonna be. Oh, none of this uses... Damn it! None of this uses, copper. Okay. Well. Silly me. Oh. Whoops. Why'd I just do that? And why is this not... I don't even know what is best for me to... Actually, I do know what's best. There we go. Alright, so now we have a little thing here. Took way too long and way too complicated, and I am... Wait, not the thing that gives me steel yet. Okay, so this is all just ripe to be just ripped out of the ground. I have no attachment to it at all. Finally free. Excellent. It's wonderful to hear. I don't know what else I can do.
Hello, hello?
Oh, hey! You found the voice channel. I bet you feel special.
Oh, that's what the first thing you say to me, huh?
How's it going? Finally free of the family?
Yeah, brother and his girlfriend zipped out. Uh, I am here with my sangria.
Excellent.
So you're getting woof. I'm not tipsy, but I might be in a little bit.
Oh my. Okay.
Swear to God, you put fruit in anything, it gets better. Once you're allergic to the fruit, then it gets worse. So,
I
how's
had.
the building?
What's that?
How's the building, the growing, the engorging?
Oh yes, the Dysoning of the spheres, the spearing of the Dyson.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I need. I need steel. I am relearning as I'm going, and I do already have steel. Okay, that's good. Right now, I'm just getting it so that things will be researching no matter what.
Nice to take some practice to shake off the cobwebs and the dust.
A little bit. A little bit. Oh, too full. We're fine. How many of these do I need? One, two, yeah. Okay. I've been bought in my post-alcoholic days of putting wine in the coconut. Put the wine in the coconut, drink it all up. Okay.
I'd rather have tequila and coconut. Or rum.
Mm-hmm.
Now that sounds good. But I've committed to wine. Right now.
Okay.
You put up with a lot of weird shit
I
from
do,
me, and you welcome it.
apparently.
What does that say about you?
I have a high pain tolerance.
Just taking a sip of wine, you asshole.
That is your mistake, to ask me an interesting question and then take a sip. That is all on you.
I could feel it starting to rise up the back of my throat towards my nose, and I was like, oh no. Uh, I have a theory
Oh?
that people who are drawn to resource management games desire, on some level, to be micromanaging and have issues with control, and myself included, or for high productivity.
I see. I think of it as I like the thought that what I set down will keep on going as it is when I set it down until I tell it differently.
And is that different than a sense of control? I mean, think about it. It's not like full control, because things can still go wrong. There's still a desire for some level of risk and responsiveness.
Dark Donna says maybe white in it mean I was thinking it could be like putting white lightning in a watermelon.
Never tried that.
Oh, wine in a coconut. Back on that. In terms of like, yeah, I mean resource management, because you want a sense of control. I mean that's why people enjoy simulation games like that, where it's like Power Wash Simulator or a racing simulator, or you know.
I think it's more intense with resource management. And there's a level of finite minutia that you've been in the flow of with the stream. I think it's a somewhat unique flow state. When I play City Skylines, I spend way too much time just trying to figure out how to make the traffic run well, and being frustrated that my vision and theoretical cities are not practical. But having the control to then fix the problem is deeply satisfying. Ooh. Dark Donna said I used to like Civ a lot. Civ is a trap, man. In college, I played Civ with my friends. We go to the library and take up one of the rooms. And it had windows, but we pulled the shades down.
Because none may see your shame.
There was no shame. There was just all like, this is our space now. It's our time in here. And then, you know, we'd get there at 9 and be like, huh. Several hours later, where is this light coming from through the shades? Oh shit, we have class in 10 minutes.
We don't need no sleep.
Sleep is for the weak. And those who don't have coffee.
Yep. Alright.
Especially because at that point, none of my friends were into the hard drugs.
Yet.
Actually, yeah, for some of them. Man, I would get so much done if I could just have a nap. Anyway, we should get a watermelon and put booze in it.
We should. We should. We'll get a second one for Dark Donis and put a non-alcoholic thing in there.
We can do it.
Yeah. An
I
instance
love-
has been known.
I love making virgin cocktails, actually. I make one with mango pineapple juice and cranberry apple cider and grenadine. It's good.
Right, I wanted. Okay.
Dark Donna says the only runs I go on these days are coffee runs. I respect it. Why do we move, really? You know?
I mean, Freud would say that anything we do is for sex.
In your case, yes. But why do we move outside of sex? You set it up too beautifully. I couldn't not be an asshole.
Yeah, there's a reason we get along.
Is that your way of saying it takes an asshole to know an asshole?
Maybe. Watermelon cucumber mint tea. I can get behind that.
That sounds really refreshing.
I mean, it's a personal thing. I don't like mint.
Like any concept of mint?
Any. I have not had a single one that I enjoyed.
Okay. Because there is a difference between the herb mint and like mint flavoring.
Mm-hmm.
Because with like mint flavoring and most things where like concentrated mint is very strong. With like slightly muddled mint in a mojito,
Mm-hmm.
it can be different. Have you had a mojito?
No. I mean, I've generally stayed away from,
Mint?
yeah.
That's fair. That is fair. I will not try to convert you. I respect your choices.
Since when?
Since always. Except sometimes. Often.
Uh-huh.
This wine is delicious. I say, looking away. What's also good is I make a salad, but I think it would be good as a drink too. Watermelon, cucumber, and basil.
Ooh.
Basil's a perfect herb.
Yeah, it's also almost impossible to not grow too much of.
Oh, I love it. It's overwhelming and beautiful. And last year, I gave you, like, herbs. Yeah. So you benefited from that quality.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. What am I? It's interesting. What?
Watching you relearn.
Yeah.
Like, not in a bad way. Like, I'm not judging. I'm just saying I can tell there's a lot more doing something and then immediately going like, no, back to the drawing board.
A little bit, yeah.
Versus when you play regularly, it is a slower decision-making process.
Why am I waiting for it to... Yeah, I remember this trick too. Dang it.
Makes a good resource management game for you?
What was that?
What makes a good resource management game in you?
Tangible results. Even though... Okay, so like SimCity. It's a little bit of a resource management game, except the resource is people. You try to make the thing to attract people to you, and then you can, in that way, generate more money in order to keep making more of a thing to attract more people. But that's not a tangible thing. The people is just a number that's on a screen, and it doesn't have like a distinct not sure how to best explain it. I don't know. Ooh, I do.
The people themselves don't have a tangible in state outside of scenarios, for example.
Well, no. So, like the iron here, I can see that on a belt, each one, and I can see if there's not enough supply for it, because like only the furnaces over here will be firing. That's to me, that's tangible.
The cause and effect is very clear.
Yes, that's what I was trying to think of a different way of saying, but it doesn't need a different way of saying it.
That makes sense. but I just find it very interesting what draws people in, what
Hmm.
pushes people away. Like, I find city management games generally, and it might be because I have an interest in city planning, but they're easier to wrap my head around. Like, to get into, I mean.
Hmm.
Like city skylines, that resources still people, but it does have a bit more feedback than Sim City.
Right.
There's it's a much more clearly delineated cause and effect. Person gets sucked up into a tornado, you can click on them and they'll just say they're confused. It's like, yeah, I don't blame them. They walked into the tornado.
I mean, that just sounds like Darwinism.
Usually the tornado puts them down somewhere very far from where they were meant to go. And they're still confused, and then they shake it off and decide where they need to be.
Just shake it off. Shake it off.
Music. Ended up watching Eurovision last night. It was bad. Lots of costumes. A performance that one person in the chat I was in described as a gay limit break came in number 2.
That's hilarious.
There
What
was
does
a
a,
lot
what
of
does
like
a gay limit break look like?
a lot of bright colors, changing backgrounds, backup dancers that are operating and positioned almost like summons. Yeah, like when you when you're listening to a song and all of a sudden it starts to feel like, oh, like this feels like a boss battle. This arrangement feels familiar. That's kind of when it gets to that point.
Hmm.
A lot of nipples. There was a lot of nipples this Eurovision.
Well, yeah, it is Eurovision. They're allowed to. They can get away with that.
Yeah. It was just a little. It was almost too much nipple, even for me.
There's such a thing?
Touche, touche.
Mm-hmm. Touche, touche. All right. So where did I mess up? I actually do know where I messed up. What? Ah. See,
That was
where it says
you meant,
what? Yeah.
what's
See,
that you meant
what,
in game or life?
in the game. I know where I went wrong in my life. Come on. Okay, so if I want this, if I want prisms, I need them made from glass and assemblers. And then here it's assemblers. Yeah, 3-2. How dare you say lack of item? There we go. Oh, these don't need this anymore. So, snip, 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 snip goes the moil. There's a steel setup. Don't need that. Oh, it does need that. Dang it. Okay. Oh yes, much as spaghetti. Such a delicious spaghetti.
Nice gabagool. Oh. Not just that.
Alright. Yeah, all these need red. Okay, so all this is just to make these baseline items. Yeah, oh, definitely overbuilt here. And honestly, that's fine, because... But alright. It'll be fine, right?
Sure, I
Yeah.
believe. I think.
I want that one and that one. Okay. Dark Donna says, Sprigati for your Pokemon Italian needs. But does the Pokemon just have two hands that go like this all the time? I mean, the Japanese have kind of already made gaming icons out of making fun of Italians, so why not, right? Okay.
As far as icons go, Mario isn't a bad one.
True.
Even played by Bob Hoskins.
I liked Bob Hoskins as Mario. It's just his entire disdain for the entire very nature, very visceral existence of what he was playing just came through beautifully.
Well, they were drinking on set like every day.
Yeah, and but here's the thing. The reason why that works is that that's Mario's approach to what the fuck is this crap? With the princess and the mushroom and the fantasy. I'm just a plumber. Let me be a plumber.
Depends on which version of Mario.
That's true. Yeah, that's Bob Hoskins' version.
No, his is from the Bronx. He's Italian American.
I know. I know. Yes. Ah, Lord. Okay.
Luigi's Leguizamo.
Hmm?
And Luigi's in that movie, he's Latin American, but that's fine.
Yeah, how did what's his name?
John Leguizamo.
Yeah, what was the first name?
John
Leguizamo. How did he still have an acting career after Spawn?
Because he's an amazing actor. I mean, he's been in Romeo plus Juliet, Tu Wong Fu. You know.
I know, but just that whole movie did such a disservice to all the actors. I like Spawn, okay? I love Spawn. That movie was a disservice.
I can't argue with it. I just remember being really creeped out as a kid by it.
I mean, that's good. You know, it made you feel something, but it
also made you feel things you did not want to feel. Resentment, disdain, anger. That was one of those HBO movies that I only watched because my brother watched them.
Mm.
There was a lot of those. Yeah. And today he showed me a trailer for a movie I don't even remember, but apparently he liked as a kid. Skateboard Kid? Like,
No idea.
this kid attaches like a lawnmower engine to his skateboard after moving to a new town, and it is struck by lightning, comes to life, and is voiced by Dom DeLuise.
Dom DeLuise. I mean, I know he's a famous actor, but I'm blanking on where else I may have seen
Oh
him.
God. To, to paraphrase my brother today, Dom DeLuise would do anything if it was funny and he'd get paid. Um, God. He voiced the sidekick dog in All Dogs Go to Heaven, Cannonball Run, Smokey and the Bandit. I'm trying to think of something he was really recognizable in. He voiced the cat in American Tail.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
You'd recognize him if you saw him, but he's one of those people that's... Who was he in Spaceballs? Yeah, there's a lot of just forgettable, weird media that came out of the 90s and 80s. Such as Super Mario.
I don't know, man. A lot of actors cut down before they could make enough. And I don't know why I went with that, but I'm sticking with it.
I support you.
I appreciate it.
When you say cut down, do you mean they made bad movie choices? Or do you mean they kicked the bucket?
Kick the bucket.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're all stuck on this spinning ball in space, and when our time comes, all we can do is hope we've done some good for someone somewhere. A lot of actors made a lot of people happy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get existential.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a few more shots before we really do that.
Hey, it's only 10. I still have wine.
Oh no.
Don't say oh no to me having wine. Wine is medicine. Or do I mean contagion? I'm not sure which.
Contagion is medicine?
Either or. Well, maybe I'm just a bad influence.
I mean, that I'll get behind.
I know. I know you. But let the record show, it takes a bad influence to know a bad influence.
Oh Lord.
I'm just saying.
am I doing this? Okay, so back to the game real quick. And not the, hauntingly bad decisions I've made in my life.
Uh-huh. Go on.
If I want to make 2 red cubes a second, that means I need 12 energy matrices producing days. 12? And 12 matrix labs. It's 1 every 6 seconds per lab. And not only that, I need 4 hydrogen a second and 4 graphite a second. Because it's 2 to 1 there. Yes. Meaning I need 8. Yeah, meaning I need 8 furnaces producing. There we go. I don't know why I did this way.
Good idea at the time?
Eh, it was the default at the time. really is amazing how much you lose. Oh no. That was almost a problem. Filters on the sorters were working. There we go. Alright, so there's all the furnaces I need um, for the red matrices to be made. So, power. In order to make hydrogen for this, which is 4 a second, meaning I need 16 of these. I have 12. You know what? Where did my box go? Why do... Okay. Now, of course, that whole needing 16 of these, that assumes that I have the input for that, which I don't. One belt of this can support a maximum of 12. I just remembered that. This one is, where is it? Producing 2 point... That's really small text. 2.6. This one is 2.7. So yeah, not a full... Not a full belt. So... If I need 16 of those, I need 32 crude a second, and I'm getting 4. That's not great. That is not ideal. Using renewable energy to harvest fossil fuels. Yeah, makes total sense.
Absolutely. There's nothing more wholesome or relatable than that.
Oh, why can't I harvest this one? There we go. Okay, so that's 2.5, 2.7, and... yeah. Okay. Hmm. You know, I'm not gonna be able to get. Where is it? Where the? Okay. I'm not gonna be able to get. Damn it! I can't even get words out. Jesus. I'm not gonna be able to get two two cubes a second of them, so I should only aim for one.
Birds, like cubes, are hard.
Indeed.
You know what else is hard?
And I know what Adrian would say.
Mathematics. See? You weren't expecting me to say that.
Given that it was you, kind of. Kidding. You set yourself up for that one.
Well, it hurts because it's true. Oh, goodness gracious, gravy.
Go, gadget, spaghetti.
Most useful of his functions. I've been curious to try to rewatch the
original Inspector Gadget.
Yep. I loved it as a kid.
Oh yeah.
I fancied myself a bit of a penny.
You would.
It's not shocking.
No.
The one smart person surrounded by a buffoon. That's how school felt. Anyway.
I mean, I can get behind that one.
Yeah. It's funny to think about like how much media that we've probably both consumed in our lifetimes.
Mm-hmm.
Is we've probably forgotten more media than we'll ever.
Yeah, I can believe that.
There's a lot of certain things stuck out and stood the test of time. But there were a lot of them. Just on Fox Kids alone, how many shows came and went that were garbage. God, absolute garbage. I gave another effort to try to rewatch Beetleborgs could not.
Beetleborgs. Wow, now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Oh,
Big bad Beetleborgs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I got to the credits before I said out loud, "Oh no." Cause I remember nothing of like the weird kids show shit they added in.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember the kids, but like the weird guy in prosthetic makeup, like none of it. Like my brain deleted it. But like I could still watch Power Rangers with ease, but that damn, just it just felt like the worst parts of the 90s.
So I could get it up to two cubes a second, but I'd have to tear up all of this
Oh.
and reorganize and make it better to do so, and it's just not worth it.
We have our choices. You have made yours. And I can't blame you. A lot of time and effort and energy. That's always the worst part when it comes to this.
There we go. Oop, falls out of the sky. Ah, what? Yeah, there are just some things that do not. You know, I really, really wanted Prometheus and Bob to hold up, and I'm not sure it does. Do you remember Prometheus and Bob?
I remember Prometheus and Bob very fondly.
Yeah.
I rewatched some of them on YouTube and I did laugh. I'm not gonna say all of them hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Kablam was such a weird, great like it was absurdist humor for kids,
Right.
which
Shouldn't really work, but it actually does.
it does, and there is a direct line to certain things that exist now from the absurdist tastes of now, in some cases, 60, 50-year-olds who were, the Gen Xers writing that shit then. Like, Robot Chicken wouldn't exist the way it does.
Oh yeah.
If a bunch of us millennials hadn't been fed a steady diet of like essentially Dadaist humor.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so what's the kind of humor which is pretty much, um, where um, sorry, suddenly got pulled into, oh god, my power levels are dead. But the kind of humor of walking into an art gallery, which is just full of people, full of art critics. You know, they're all scrutinizing these sculptures. They're all like poring over these paintings, and you just walk up to a random patron, give him a swift kick in the nads, turn to everyone else and say, "Performance art," and leave.
I think that's a debatable thing. There's a lot of ways to approach it. And I'll say for me, it's hard because part of me wants to be very bohemian and like anything is art.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's a matter of the intention too.
Okay.
Like, I don't know her name. There was an artist, and her piece of art, it was actually parodied on the show Documentary Now, which I've been tempted to make you watch, but I feel like you'll be like, this is shit. The series is basically a parody of different documentaries, sometimes very lovingly rendered, and the absurdism of people's lives and situations, and the audience responses. But they did one on this artist. The real life. I think it's Marina Abramovic. And she had that installation she filmed it. She was blind, basically complete sensory deprivation. She laid out.
Oh yes, I think I've heard of this.
And they could guide her, or do anything to her. And there's a question,
Yeah, if there are no consequences, what do you do?
Right. So to some people that would qualify as art itself, but I think that qualifies as art because of its mission and intention. I think it's as much social experiment as it is the art of the human experience and our interaction with it and how it's captured.
Okay.
But there's also, a very traditionalist, like, when it comes to comedy especially, it's like, why is... I'm trying to think of something super pretentious. What would be, like, considered super pretentious comedy?
The New Yorker.
That's a good example. Like, why is the New Yorker funny? Is it because it has a sense of irony in some aspects of the writing, cartoons, etc.? Maybe. Sometimes they're funny, in an all audiences way, but what's the difference between that and punching someone in the balls? a lot, actually.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. What do you think the line is? I'm curious.
Between what's humor and what's vulgar, or what's humor and what?
What's actually art? How absurd can things get before it's just bullshit?
I mean, I like what you say about that it's based in the intention, it's based in the purpose, because kind of that allows for the argument of pornography. You know, I don't know what it is, but I'll know it when I see it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what humor is, but I'll know it when I see it. Now, you know, obviously different people find things funny. Obviously, you know, some people just can't stand certain types of what is generally accepted as humor, and other people just consider certain topics completely and absolutely verboten. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, regardless of what it is, some people consider all dead baby jokes verboten.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way to salvage that.
Yeah. And it's such a stark difference. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a personal and, for some people say an ethical, moral separation,
Hmm.
but it's also evolutionary because there's things, regardless of who we are, that we probably would have found hilarious at like 20,
Hmm.
13, 8. That we just find, if not outright offensive, crass, and stupid now.
Hmm.
It's easier to talk about the offensive ones these days, but it's a lot harder to talk about the, ooh, my sense of humor's changed.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, listen, have I told jokes that nowadays would be incredibly not okay? Yeah, because I didn't know better.
Yeah.
The, and which leads to another question. At what point do you say, okay, that's far enough in the past that that's just not the case anymore for them? You know, they're not like that anymore. Versus, I don't think this person should, this person should be canceled.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, like
Yeah.
the argument of why do you support H.P. Lovecraft's material but not J.K. Rowling? You know, the difference there is that Lovecraft is dead. His estate is not getting any benefit. His views are not being
Mhm.
validated by any of it.
He's not around to continue to perpetuate harms.
Right. Whereas Rowling is and does consider support and money and whatever to be a validation of all the things that people are having trouble with her about.
Very important line.
Mhm. Right, but so, say someone tweets from 5 years ago come up, or 10 years ago. At what point is it, okay, that's not them anymore. That's, I don't know.
Well, it's these days there is a drive. I'm gonna say, like, the reality is, especially in progressive spaces, to search for an absolute truth, which is in fact counterintuitive to progressivism.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, I'm gonna get super political. You can't stop me. The white progressive is uncomfortable with uncertainty.
Mm-hmm.
And in the drive for certainty, it's a lot easier to draw these black and white lines of people never change. Even if they do change, it doesn't matter. And I think that's untenable long term. With it's like the reality is everything on the internet lasts forever. If you post something in 2002,
Yeah, it's still out there.
it's unless something's been completely and utterly wiped, it's just hard to get to. Depending
I
on
don't
what.
know. The Wayback Machine
It's
has a lot that people haven't really looked through.
That's true. That's a very, very good point that I didn't think about. So it's potentially accessible. But are we
Right.
going to hold somebody accountable? Or actually, are we going to hold them accountable the same way as if they said the same thing 10 minutes ago? What purpose does it serve, particularly if their views change? Like, there's a number of trans people who I know who, particularly trans femmes, who sometimes out of a vehement denial of what they were feeling, and sometimes just this was who they were around, they're vehemently anti-LGBTQ+. They were vehemently transphobic, and they harassed people online. They were total assholes. And
Yeah, wasn't there a politician who was completely Republican, completely anti everything, anti everything LGBTQIA plus, and pro Republican, and then was surprised when she was thrown under the bus in spite of being trans femme, because of being trans femme herself.
I can't think of a story now, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it's probably on the Leopards Ate My Face subreddit.
There's a lot of that. I mean, and with politicians, it gets even more complicated because, like, the issue that's come up recently is when people support parties. And the question of, were you just in a party to get into office? Or are you switching parties to stay in the office? Because the truth is, a lot of narcissists go into politics for a reason. So,
Yeah,
so
and it's
that
not to make policy.
it's to do whatever will get them the most attention. But that aside, people like to believe that they know you. We do it to other people.
Yeah.
We can read people, on occasion. Sometimes something just clicks, and we might just go, "Oh, you're just this sort of person." But it's more like we don't have to accept someone changing or want them around. And we can also acknowledge that they might not be the same person, and we cannot judge who they are entirely by what they have done or said in the past. Within certain reasons, which I think are completely subjective or limited. So. There isn't no perfect answer. Like,
really isn't.
Like, I had a similar conversation with one of my friends. We've had this various versions of this conversation, but with that idea of the idea of it was of its time, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I have very complex feelings about that. Because two things can be true. I think just writing off a person without the context is stupid.
Mm.
And the reality is, if we did that, like, the reality is, if we did that to the logical conclusions that some people put out,
Mm-hmm.
black people should never do anything involving white people ever. I'm just saying, like,
Mm-hmm.
any white person ever on Earth, contextual, like, if we follow it to logical extremes are a lot more inconvenient and nonsensical than people think. But with things being of their time, things being of a culture, sometimes you have to say, okay, this is shitty, and this was normal. It's not an excuse, it's not okay. It doesn't take away from that fact, but you hold it in balance with everything else, theoretically. Not sure if that made sense.
Oh, no, it did.
So many cubes.
No, I mean, they're, you know, given the whole, given American history, you know, at what point do you no longer hold, Caucasians, European descent and Caucasians, responsible for slavery? That was.
Yeah. You can never go to Oktoberfest in Germany. I'm sorry. Like,
Me? No.
yeah.
Oh.
Like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the logical, like, conclusions
Oh,
are,
right. I can never go. Got it.
yeah. You know, it's just I think some people do like the black and white of it. Of just like,
But
I see what you've done. I've seen your crimes. But, like, Doc Martens were invented by a German soldier in World War II.
okay.
He took what he learned during the war and afterwards, during the period where basically the law was, if you can come back and take your belongings, and he stole a bunch of shit from a shoe store and developed Doc Martens.
Okay.
The company was sold in the 80s or 90s. I can't remember which. And there's people that still refuse to wear Doc Martens because this man was a German soldier in World War II. I get it. And I also question it. Like
Mm-hmm.
this man's family, they sold it for a shit ton of money, sure.
Mm-hmm. But they had nothing to do with the original theft.
They had nothing. It's not even the theft, it's the fact that he was a soldier.
Right.
He didn't steal from the Jews, he was stealing from other German Christians. He went back to his hometown. He went to the shoe shop he used to go to, and he was just like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take the shit. Like many Germans did at the time. Like, but it's the fact that he was a German soldier, and it's like, well, he was a Nazi. So were a lot of people. And
Yeah.
I think to me, it's more of a question of like, what was he actually doing in the war?
Mm-hmm.
But also, he sold the company, and long ago, those foods became an anti-fascist, like, progressive socialist, not a Nazi socialist item. Like,
Right.
so who is this for? I'm sorry, I'm going on a ramble. I am.
No, you're okay. You're okay. And of course, I can't find the. There we go.
What's something you enjoy that doesn't hold up?
Something I enjoy that doesn't hold up.
You still enjoy it, but it's like you're also like, ooh,
Mel Brooks.
Ooh.
Brooks, not Brooks. No, yes, Brooks. Got Brooks and Gibson mixed up for a second. No, Mel Brooks's humor.
Yeah,
Yeah, like you watch Airplane now, you couldn't get away with that shit.
no.
Yeah. Excuse me, stewardess. I speak jive.
No.
The little nun talking to the. Yeah.
Like, there's bits. I mean, some of those bits, some of them I still find funny.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Or the Israeli Airlines, and then you see the plane going by, and it's got the payas, it's got a talus, it's got a giant giant front nose cone on it.
Mm-hmm. It's and I guess the thing is like, is it still alright to laugh at the absurdity of it, or from a slightly different place?
I don't even know. Or even young Frankenstein.
I do like Young Frankenstein, but it definitely is
Of its time.
yeah. It's a lot has changed. Like I watched the 90th birthday celebration for
Mm-hmm.
Carol Burnett,
Okay.
and what struck me in watching that's when I do actually love Carol Burnett, and they did some of my favorite songs from Annie, because whatever. Anyway, um, how much of that held up? Like just funny skits, like the. Have you ever watched the Carol Burnett show?
I have not.
Oh, like there's some classic skits. Like I'll show you some sometime. Like there's this skit with I can't think of the actor's name, but he plays a butler and he's supposed to leave the room, but the doorknob's been waxed, and it's just all physical comedy. Like to the point he steps up on the door and ends up sliding down onto it, and his crotch is on it as he tries to turn it because he's wearing gloves.
Mm-hmm.
And he just keeps sliding. It's like really not clean, but like there's certain things that the situation is funny, and there's certain things the situation is funny because of the cultural context in which it's understood. Like, is it inherently transphobic that the joke is a man dressing up as a woman? And there's a very good argument for
Mm-hmm. Or the times when it's not played for a laugh. I'm trying to think of that. I mean, yeah, is Max Klinger inherently transphobic from MASH?
Mm-hmm.
One, it's not my place to say.
Well, theoretically. Theoretically, the idea would be that it should be self-evident. But that's the problem too. Is it's like, what percentage of people have to be offended for something to be offensive? How far does society have to push for something to be offensive? Like, I get really pissed off when people do that. I have one black friend, but you know, that black person could legitimately think there's aspects of Amos and Andy that are funny. And what can I do about that? Like, Gone with the Wind is a complex movie. It's one of my mom's favorite movies. There's a whole lot of racist shit in Gone with the Wind.
Oh, I'm sure.
But it's also a classic. But theoretically, I think the most solid theory for what is funny versus what's not, and I think this kind of in a way can apply to some art, is like the intention behind it as punching up versus punching down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was, I think Terry Pratchett?
Mm-hmm.
Who said if it's making fun of, if it's basically, if it's punching up, it's satire. If it's punching down, it's bullying.
Yeah. And I think there is some merit in that. You know? And also that question of over time, does our understanding of punching down shift?
I mean, certainly who's up and who's down would change.
Mm-hmm. Like, if hmm. And I guess some of it too is like you can't help how the audience takes it either. Like
Hmm.
there's this show Reba that I used to watch with my mom,
Mm-hmm.
and this setup it's very like early 2000s, mid 2000s.
Okay.
Reba, of course, is the star. The setup is her cheerleader teenage daughter who's dating a quarterback gets pregnant right as her husband leaves her for his secretary who's pregnant.
Okay.
So adapting to all these sudden life changes, adapting to that, the daughter and quarterback get married, and there's another daughter who he tries to help prepare for a beauty pageant. She's kind of the alternative, slightly gothy younger sister. And she wants
Okay.
herself. And Van, the quarterback's way of helping is, he comes in one scene and he's walking in heels. Somewhat awkwardly, but he's doing it. And for me, what I found funny is this kind of tall, lumbering football player.
In heels.
Right. Like it's the physical comedy of like this dude who's very sincerely trying his best. And for other people, probably the target audience of the show more so than me. This is a man in heels. Ha ha ha! How absurd.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
is that I just wonder sometimes, does that affect things?
I mean, we are just a product of our experiences and therefore the media we've consumed.
Yeah.
So what has been okay in your past is going to inform what you consider okay going forward.
Good point. So many cubes. So many cubes exploding.
Trying to think of I don't know. I mean, you also have to so not only the intention of it, but the effects of it should also be seen.
Yeah.
Even though that's less predictable and less controllable. Like the aforementioned Max Klinger, it was played as in, this guy's trying to get a Section 8. He's obviously crazy, but the army is so asinine that they don't kick him out. That was the whole shtick. He wasn't actually trans. He wasn't a transvestite. He wasn't transgender. He wasn't a cross-dresser, though I repeat myself. And even one of the episodes has him honestly go to the priest and say, "Wait a minute, I think I'm too far into this. I was actually, thinking there was something wrong with this model because of her choice of wardrobe and not whether or not she was hot." And so, I mean, it's not that, they were never intending for Klinger to come across as, and I don't know why I just made this infinite loop, but They were never intending for Klinger to come across as anything other than a Section 8, or at the very least, someone trying to get out of the army as as badly as he can. Um, but the effects of that is that there was a huge change in what clothing there was available. Because in order for the props to be made, they had to special make his shoes. They had to special make his everything. All the clothes he wore. So suddenly there was a company that now was able to make these, and so all the people who were in all the AMAB people who did want these feminine clothes at the time had a company they could now go to.
There was an unintended positive effect.
Right.
And that's sort of the challenge in I would say an almost frustrating way is, that the impacts of these things, they are very rarely
Black and white, as you keep going back to.
Either or.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, we've talked about, like, Blue Bloods.
Mm-hmm.
As much as it is definitely, like, politically aligned, is the intention to make it appear okay that a cop smacks somebody around? It's debatable. Look at, like, Law and Order from, like, 94, 95 compared to now.
Mm-hmm.
Homicide on the street and all of that. Like, there are characters today and things that are said that would never fly. Like like Munch as a character.
Really?
Like, things said about, and I'll use the term because, like, at the time, there was a much larger segment of people who prefer it, and there still are, and that is something for the various communities associated to work out. An episode about transvestites in any show, and particularly a cop show, was almost always going to be an insult. Like, there's an episode of the show Silk Stockings.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all about, like, kind of, it's the attempt to take the shock of the National Enquirer and taboo subjects and capitalize it in, like, a TV show. But there's an episode in which, like, a cop is killed, and the thing that gets in the way of solving the crime is he was a crossdresser.
Mm-hmm.
And revealing that would have to reveal cover-up and scandal within the department in part. But the biggest thing was, like, nobody wants to have people know that this was something he did. He's dead. It's disrespectful. But if they don't solve the crime, all that stays in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
And so the theme of the episode wasn't, like, people need to be more accepting. There is like at certain points some undertones that shouldn't matter, but it's presented as a perfectly valid and understandable point of view. With the Munch verse, you go back to the 90s, it's not that much different. The sort of things said about sex workers, the sort of things said about transgender people, cross-dressers, you know, very, at times, brutal, dehumanizing statements. Like there was always an undertone. Well, there was mostly always an undertone of it doesn't matter, victims are victims.
Mm-hmm.
But there was also, like you'd have Munch walk around and make this pithy comments or like semi-conspiratorial rants about, didn't have to be as controversial as someone who's trans. Going to a lesbian bar. What kind of woman is a sex toy? Because the sex toy in the episode is the sign she's a lesbian.
Okay. I mean, obviously I was much younger when I would be hearing all this about Munch.
It was. I'm younger than you, yeah. But it's also, besides being younger, and the character evolved as society evolved. He wasn't like, I would say, like 100% in bigot mode all the time, but he was written somewhat realistically, and that was kind of a common thing in police departments, and still is. But there's also things that at the time, particularly if you're not directly affected, you just don't notice.
Right.
Or if you think you're unaffected at the time, like 100%, there were things said about bi people that completely went under my radar, even as a teenager. Because it just, that's just what people think. Which, in a strange way, to bring it full circle, it occurs to me that absurdist humor can skirt the issue. I mean, I guess Prometheus and Bob is a little complicated because you could make the argument that the humor is based on one character being presumed to be less intelligent than the other. And I think that's just an argument. That's an endless argument. I'm curious if Kablam is streaming anywhere. Like, I don't know. Have you seen Too Many Cooks?
No, I don't think so.
It's a short skit that is it's based on all like 90s and 80s sitcom openings, and it just
Mm.
like
Oh,
that's insane.
yes. Yes, I have seen it. And there's just like the whole thing is like a 30-minute whatever,
Yeah.
30-minute character intro.
Yeah, I love it. The songs pop in my head. God, Jesus. I forgot about the offbeats. Now I kind of want to watch some old kids shows.
Hmm.
And there's some that hold up, like Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Now I'm a little worried, though. I'm a little
About?
worried about Dexter's lab. does that hold up? I want to say it does, but does it?
I'd be down to rewatch it, and I think there's definitely jokes that probably don't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, early on in Dexter's Lab, probably more so than after the art style changed in the mid 2000s. Is probably less of that. Cow and Chicken,
Mm-hmm.
that era, very weird.
Mm-hmm.
I have bootlegs of Cow and Chicken.
Bootlegs of Cow and Chicken.
I loved Cow and
Oh,
Chicken.
man.
That's absurdist humor.
Yes. Very, very, very much so. Oh.
I feel like the red guy dressing as a woman was never like the butt of the joke itself.
Yeah, the
Or-
devil character
Yeah, he's known as the
in
red
Cow and
guy.
Chicken. Now, what about same character, Powerpuff
Yeah.
Girls?
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah, I never really watched the Powerpuff Girls, so I don't know how that character was handled.
So here's the thing. I personally don't feel like the butt of the jokes was him being coded as gay.
Okay.
But or trans.
Okay.
But it does have elements of non-traditional gender performance is evil. What is so interesting about him is, and there's like a kind of fucked upness about it, but I just find it interesting, is when he's at his most masculine is when he's the most evil, the most dangerous,
Okay.
and the most difficult to deal with in terms of a fight. So I always felt like they kind of wanted it both ways. Like, not insulting femme, AMAB people,
Mhm.
and still following some of that coding of effeminate man equals evil. That show's actually very interesting from a gender standpoint. Because it's very hyper girly,
Mhm.
and at the same time, like, it doesn't go out of its way to make that a bad thing.
No, doesn't it do the opposite? It
Normalizes it,
right.
but so you have an enemy called Sedusa, and then you have Miss Bellum.
Okay.
Miss Bellum is the secretary who's super sexy,
Right.
and then Sedusa is, she dates the professor, and in disguise to try to basically control the girls as their stepmom type figure.
Okay.
Change professor parents and seducing him into her way of doing things.
Right. As you
She
do.
right as you've experienced. She wears fishnets and is like portrayed as like she's not overly curvy, but like her misuse of her sex appeal and people's emotions is what makes her evil. It's not her being sexy itself, because one of the main side characters, is presented as the most competent and sexy person in the city. Kind-hearted, smart, etc. And that doesn't happen often. Usually it's either, everything's demonized or nothing.
I see. And I fucked this up. In the game, I fucked this up.
What part is borked?
Well, so I saw the ratios wrong. And okay, so crude oil is on this side and it's being put into here, which does this process, which makes 2 refined oil and 1 hydrogen every 4 seconds. Those products are then moved over here directly 1-to-1, which is doing this process, which takes in 1 refined oil and 2 hydrogen every 4 seconds. So it's going to be draining all the hydrogen and not and getting backed up by, as you can see here, it can't move over more refined oil because this is full up, and this can't keep processing because it doesn't have enough hydrogen. So I think I know what I need to do. And that is turn this around. And have this feed itself again. Going out to the end there. And in here, this way, it is pulling from the output here and what's being So here's the interesting part. Not only does that not work, actually it can work. Here's how. So it's going to have two outputs for hydrogen. One that just keeps going around itself. One that just keeps going around to feed itself. And that's much closer, so the sorter for that is moving faster. Well, not faster. It's making more trips per second. Because you see, this one is going a third the speed. Don't know if this works. The idea was that if it's faster where it feeds itself, it will if it's faster in the pathway to feed itself, then it won't then that'll be the first thing filled, and this way it'll basically the overflow will go to the to what gets fed outside.
That's sustainable for the moment or longer term?
Well, I'm really hoping it'll be sustainable for the longer term. First, let's make sure there are no yellow flashies that show lack of a power connection. I think that's working.
Yes.
I mean, it needs faster sorters. Because this is producing 3 hydrogen every 4 seconds, and it's taking it out. Oh, okay. I know how to fix it. This will be painful if I mess this up. So, by swapping it around, these sorters move at 1.5 tiles a second. So, if it's going just this one tile, it'll move 1.5 items a second. If it's going 2 tiles, 0.75. It's going 3, then 1 every 2, 0.5 every second. And this is creating 3 every 4, meaning 0.75. So it needs to output at 3 every 4 as well. At minimum, to keep up. So hopefully that inner belt will always be filled with hydrogen. And that'll be the supplemental hydrogen that keeps feeding itself.
I hope the theory endures.
Yeah. Because having it feed itself, if you look at the if you look at this recipe, it's 2 hydrogen every 4 going in, and it produces 3 hydrogen every 4 coming out. So if you have it feed itself only, and you only feed it refined oil, then it will sustainably produce 1 hydrogen every 4 coming out. Interesting. Of course, all this is moot when you have more advanced resources in play. Like this thing? Oh yeah. Yeah. This ice giant right here?
Yeah?
That just gives you hydrogen directly. And fire ice right here, that gives you graphene. Yes, graphene and hydrogen. So it's just wow.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. But right now, the way I have this is that this step is producing both hydrogen and graphite. Hydrogen and graphite put together make red science, red cubes. But it doesn't make it 1-to-1, and it consumes it 1-to-1. So that's what all this is. This is just supplemental, made to, fill in all the gaps here. That's all that is. So this is making, and in the future when I have foundation to fill this in 15 seconds, then I will be able to put in more of these, but that's now even more so overproducing.
Appears theoretically functional.
What's that?
It appears like it could be theoretically functional.
Yeah, well. I don't even know.
Had a lot of food today. But it was like a meal and then just nibbling.
Mm-hmm.
So
So that's what I did yesterday.
Nibble.
1 large meal and yeah, nibbling the rest of the day.
It works well until like all of a sudden you get like big hunger.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know.
Also, I mean, I'm gonna point out like it's almost midnight.
Details.
I just wanted to point it out because of what you mentioned about trying to be a responsible adult.
Ugh.
It's okay to not be sometimes.
Yeah, that was. Where's there? Okay, so what I just queued up here is going to take a lot of red science. And only red science.
Only sexy science? Why is neon red such a fucking cyberpunk color?
I don't know.
It's like just looking at the screen, it's like this was cyberpunk as hell. I kind of like it.
You would.
Yes. I welcome the neon future. I'm enjoying just our increased access to Asian food now.
Alright. So when that's all happening... Actually, no, you know what? Let's start tearing this down now. I have all that to make the buildings, so I don't need any of this to make buildings. God damn it. Come here. That is what I want. Kablooey. Okay, so all I need to make 2 blue a second is 2 of these a second. Which is 2 coils a second. Yeah, so 2 of these a second. It's 2 of these a second, which is 1 copper a second, and 2 of these a second, which is 1 copper a second. So I only need 2 coppers a second. Which can be done on just one of these. Hello, Sensei's Cav. I am not pronouncing that right. Sensei Scavin. Yeah, Sensei Scavin. Welcome, welcome. Long time no see, you just come back to Dyson Sphere. Yes, I did. Today is the first in a while, and let me just say, it's been too long. Yes, indeed, over Glock, good to see you again as well.
Progressing more in plan.
I mean, at the very least, it looks a little more intentional. Yeah? Yeah.
Yeah. You're clicking with authority.
That is the name of the game.
Mm-hmm. That was bad. I stopped. I cut myself a slice of shoved it in my face as I was walking.
How dare.
I know. Great insult. Great injury. But yeah, things seem semi-orderly. curious. How do you plan out?
So this is actually an interesting. So here's the thought process that went into this. I didn't plan it. I'm kidding. So
It wouldn't be entirely off character.
okay,
Just-
so all right. So here's the thought process. I'm shooting for the end result of 2 blue cubes a second. That means I need 6 labs creating it a second. That's these right here. And I actually don't know how many there should be. How many there should be to consume it, so I'm just going to do 3 stacks. So, before I explain it, let me get it running.
Prepare the model first.
Right. So these right here, these stacks are just to consume what is being produced.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just assume that is correct, that is the correct number or more than the correct number. So I'm trying to make 2 a second, and each lab makes 1 every 3 seconds, so that means I need 6 labs. But if you look at the recipe, it's 1 electromagnetic coil, 1 electromagnetic coil and 1 green circuit per blue cube. So if I'm looking for two blue cubes per second, then that means 2 of each of the other ones. Now, the recipe for the green circuits is 2 iron and 1 copper in 1 second makes 2. That's great, right? It's exactly what I need. Wrong, because these assembling machines Mark 1 operate at 0.75x speed. So instead of making 2 every 1 second, it'll make 2 every 4/3, because that's 0.75 divided by the speed. So that's why I made 2 machines of each. Now to keep those fed, because I wanted them to have these buffer boxes right here, they each require double the iron or double the magnetic coil than they do copper. So that's why I had copper in the middle and the other ingredient closer to it, so that it would be pulling them in at the correct speed.
Makes sense.
And so we have these pulling in 4 a second. Sorry. 4. Wow. Yeah, 2 iron a second. Actually, 3 iron a second because of 3/4 speed. So having these 6 right here is way overkill. And right here, this is also pulling in 4 magnetic coils a second. Actually, 3 a second. But these make 1 every 1.5 seconds. So I just did throw 3 of them in there so that you get 3 every 1.5 seconds, which is 2, which is not enough.
Sometimes. And then didn't you see things?
No, no, no. So, yeah, sometimes explaining it is, helps you do all the necessary troubleshooting.
That's
Yeah, so we need 3 a second. That means at least 4.5 of these. So round it up to 5, and we're good. Yeah. Because see, what I want to see is the last one to be right here, which means stuck on output, which means it can't drop it off, because the destination belt is full. So that's what I want to see here. Oh, whoops! I need to tell these to research, not produce. Okay. So now that's better. Yeah, so we have these 5, these 4, because I only need 3, but I intentionally overproduce. Cool. Oh, and this is pulling in 1.5, this is pulling in 1.5, so these 3 are more than fine. Even though this can do, well. There we go. Perfect. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's the math that goes into this.
big brain math.
What's that?
Big brain math.
Sure.
I was trying to give a compliment.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and that is... So that's fully researching 2 cubes per second of both blue and red. And now, I have the absolute pain in the yellow. Produces 1, and it consumes 1 diamond and 1 titanium crystal. Now the diamond is not a big problem. Diamond is... Can I making it? No. Here. Diamond is right here. It's just graphite. Yeah, it's just graphite smelted a bit. The titanium crystal, though, that's a pain in the butt. And here's why. Firstly, as it says in the name, it requires titanium. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there's no titanium around here. That's a problem. That's what they call in the trade a problem.
Is that a technical term?
I mean, it's more jargon that you pick up, so
Huh.
yeah.
He's up.
Yeah.
But I think he's up.
Hmm?
I think he's up.
Hmm. So where do I get titanium? Well, the answer is over here. This planet. And that means I got to truck over there, grab a bunch, truck back. That's a little bit of a problem. So, but I like this. Tidal locking perpetual day and night. That's pretty good. On the other planet, but that's something for later in the game. So, but at the moment, I can't even set up the things I need to do to begin that because I don't have crystal smelting. So let me get it so that I can get to the other. I need this tech right here that I'm researching right now to get to the other planet. This tech to make diamond. What's needed to make that? It's these two. But as you can see, oh jeez, freaking plastic. Plastic is always a pain in the butt. It really, really is.
That's a pretty consistent thing that seems to come up.
What, plastic being a pain in the butt? Only if you don't use enough lube.
A dim tick. I'll give you that one.
And yeah, so you can't get interplanetary logistics until this tech right here. As you can see, that tech requires yellow science. So that is the first thing that I always try to get. I mean,
Yellow.
technically it's this one that you need to get first because it leads to this one, but you know what I mean. So, oi, just oi. And it's always this early part of the game, you know, not able to use logistics, not able to use drones, not able to use any of the advanced resources, any of the special resources. That is just such a slog for me. But this is where I'm gonna call it for tonight because I am starting to drag and just how it is. So thank you for the wonderful conversation, Darla. And for all the rest of you out there, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. See you next time. Until then, keep on partying.